Oh yeah. Are you ready? Let's go.
Yes, yes, y'all. What is up, everybody? Oh my god, two games? Two newer games that came out this year? I'm playing them? Are you kidding? Who is this guy? Who is me? I don't even recognize myself anymore. I'm playing two games from current year? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Yes, I finished 007 yesterday. I did indeed. This game was so disappointing compared to Returnal. Really? I heard Cole liked it more than Returnal.
Zeke, if you ever got into the gamer Kool-Aid fad we see with tubers, what would your flavor be and why is it Takarilla?
Have you ever got into the gamer Kool-Aid fad we see with VTubers? What would your flavor be? My flavor of VTuber? If I had to like, you know, confine myself to like what like is the fashion of the day, like I'd have to be anime, right? I'd have to probably have to have bigger tits. Probably some sort of animal theme. I could do like a gorilla theme anime girl with big tits. Sure. I could do that. Oh, you're talking about G Fuel? Oh, like gamer sups. Oh. Yeah, taco flavored. There you go. Fucking taco flavored gamer subs. That would be me. For sure. Like when I'm looking forward to a long day of gaming, I reach for a taco flavored gamer subs endorsed by Ezekiel III. God, that is spicy and oh meaty. Oh God, why is the drink so thick? Why is it so thick? Oh God, muy caliente. Oh man, yeah, I think it would be taco flavored for sure. Fuck you too, Don Cheadle. Oh, Don Cheadle, I have an update for you. The game I bought for your 100-month got delayed because the dude I bought it from on eBay was on vacation. He sent me a message going like, I don't know if you saw, but like I'm on vacation till like today, like the 10th, I think. So I'll send it then. I'm like, motherfucker, dude. But yeah, it's coming. It's still on its way, but he hasn't even sent it yet, so. At least he sent me a message telling me what was going on, you know. I'm guessing there's a few people who wouldn't even bother. But yeah, I'll let you know when I get it. Also, good news, good tentative news for me. I'm signing papers on Monday. I'm signing house papers on Monday. So they have until the 16th. That's the actual closing day. But I am signing the papers on Monday for my house. We haven't even looked into buying one here yet. So it's the house in Denver we're selling. So yes, we are close to a sale. We're as close as, we're there. We're there. I don't know if they can back out still, but like we're signing papers ahead of time for the 16th closing day. So we'll see. We'll see. So yes, once we get that sold, we can start shopping for a house here in Texas. Yes. But that's the thing, like, we got a realtor that's a friend of ours here in Texas.
Congrats on the house sale.
A friend of a friend, like, it's like they help Max and Beth with their house, so they're gonna help us with our house, and we're gonna have a sit down conversation with them and ask, like, is it a bad time? Should we wait a couple years? Like, should we just rent, like, in the meantime? But renting is just sunk, just gone. So, like, I mean, we're going to discuss all of our options, you know? And with this, we got a good big chunk of down payment for a new place. So that'll be nice. How much are you taking a bath in this? Man, tough luck, huh? And with no one to blame, which is crazy. No, honestly, I mean, we sold it for more than we bought it for. But we're clearing less than I paid because of, fees and all that kind of stuff. But also on top of that, I'm taking a bath with the fence I had to redo, the aircon, the mini splits that we installed, the painting, the recarpeting, the roof, the foundation, like the minor fixes of the foundation didn't end up being too terrible. But yeah, there was a lot. There was, multiple thousands of dollars that we had to, put in before we sold it. But I'm just glad I'm glad that we're on the other side of it. Yeah. You were in such a unique position, though. You didn't pay shit in interest. Yes. Yeah, we didn't pay any, because I bought the house outright, which was a combination of my savings and my inheritance from my dad. So it was a nice situation that I didn't have to, pay a mortgage or anything like that. So now we got a big chunk to put towards a new house here in Austin. So. You were good sellers? Yeah, I would say so. But you have to be a good seller or no one will buy it. That's the thing. We tried selling it without fixing it up. And the offers we got were abysmal. We made more money for sure by fixing it up. The offers we were getting were hundreds of thousands of dollars less than we actually got it sold for. Well, $100,000 less. Those were the legitimate offers. And I'm okay, if we put, let's see, 10, 14, 15, say around, I don't know, 18,000 in fixing it up with all told, we sold it for 100,000 more than we were getting offered. It's crazy how much a coat of paint brought in more offers and new carpet brought in more offers. Because you walk into a place that looks filthy, you don't want to buy it, even though it would cost you less. You know what I'm saying? You walk into a place, you're you don't think about okay, this is cost us $8,000, but we can ask the buyer to knock off $20,000. So they don't have to fix it. We'll fix it ourselves. And I'm sure that's what you did, Scott, right? When you bought your house, you're okay, I'll fix all of this up. And you got to knock some price off the house. Hello Nocturne, thank you for the 90 months, by the way. POTUS, thank you for the 22. Veranim, thank you for giving a sub to Super Mario Community. Oh, that's right. It was a running gag yesterday that I was going to play Super Mario Brothers 3 today for some reason. Yes, we got it cheap because it was/is fucked. Yeah. No, that's something that I'm going to keep in mind when we're going house shopping. Maybe we give the houses that need a little work a little bit more of a look. Because if we can get them to knock, 50,000 off of the asking price and we can fix it up for 15, shit. It's a lesson. It's a valuable lesson that I've learned, for sure. The amount of short people with anger issues has always stricken me as weird, especially considering they're the ones that should be more down to earth. That was good. Good one, Baines. I like that one. That was good. Karnak Jr. with the 16 months Prime resub. What's that, Prime? You subbed with Prime? I didn't know you could even do that. How does that work, you might ask? Well, you go to the subscription button, and then it says subscribe with Prime. And then you can use if you have Amazon Prime. Does proximity to Max and Beth play in your decision on the house? A little bit, yeah, Robo Blake. We're willing to travel a little bit. They want us to move into the same neighborhood as them, and I'm like, fuck no, dude. Fuck no. What I would like, my dream house has no lawn, but we have dogs, so we gotta have at least a little bit of a lawn. But I fucking hate doing yard work. I hate it so much that if we get a new place, I swear to Christ, I am just going to, like, the backyard, I'll leave grass, but the front yard, I'm going to just make it rock or gravel or some shit. Because fuck a yard. I can't be arsed to do it. I fucking hate it. I have to do it at the rental. And I hate it. I know it says SAROS, but you can play on Hinge Date. No, I didn't prepare for that, Vunter. I'm sorry. I only prepared for SAROS. I apologize. I will play on Hinge at some point, but apparently it's really short.
This is a test bed alert for.
Okay. Well, that's the new alert. Yeah, 30 minutes for Unhinged. Yeah, exactly. And we have consolidated all of our streaming service because when Katie and I met, we both had subscriptions to streaming services. Netflix, Disney, HBO, blah, 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 all the way down the line. So we consolidated it so we only have one. And they're all on hers now. So I got to log in on her. I might have to use her phone to do it. We don't have Booduberry. We haven't had Booduberry in forever, Neo Twitch. It's a tip alert now. You can still do it, but it's $22. There you go, $22. Because I hate it. Everybody hates it, except for the people that pay for it. There it is. Okay, you want the Bond one? Here you go. There, nope. There you went. I gotta reopen it, the software, 1 second, so I can reset it. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it one more time.
No small talk? No chit-chat? That's the trouble with the world today. No one takes the time to do a really sinister interrogation anymore. It's a lost art.
It's a lost art. I feel like a lawn care service would be worth the money if you hate mowing that much. I don't want to pay anyone to do it either, DJ Bahamut. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I had just a backyard, I'd be fine with that. Like, front yard, gravel and rock, with like a nice rock garden, maybe a tree or two. And then the backyard will be grass. I can do that. That's fine. I'm so happy we have you to entertain us all the time. We're so lucky to have you. Oh, thank you, Don Cheadle. What the fuck? Did someone take over your account? Did someone kidnap you, Don Cheadle? Oh, I meant fuck you. There we go. Okay, it is you. Okay, cool. Pierce Brosnan was a great Bond. He was a great Bond. But he'd be third for me. It'd probably go Daniel Craig, Sean Connery, and then Pierce Brosnan. Who's the worst Bond, though? Wasn't there a Bond that was only Bond for one movie? Yeah, Lazenby, right? Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot about Timothy Dalton. Probably not good that I forgot Tim Dalton. Like, he did like 3 movies, didn't he, at least? And everybody forgets about Dalton. He did 2. Okay. Lazenby's was a good Bond movie. I don't know if I ever watched it. I think as a kid, I may have watched a little bit of Lazenby or of Dalton. Okay. I'm still working on the choreograph for that. Thank you, Pepega Man, for the 2200 bits. I appreciate that. Didn't he have a similar series where he's sort of secret agent angel or something? Doesn't ring a bell. Oh, The Saint? Okay. For me, it goes Craig Connery, Brosnan, Lazenby, Dalton, Moore. Okay. Okay. That's a fair list. Top three are definitely I agree with. But I don't know enough about... I haven't watched Lazenby, Dalton, or Moore's Bonds in ever, or at least a little bit when I was a kid. That tip alert should go up in price every time it's used. Every time it's used. It goes up by a nickel every time it gets used. That'd be a cool mechanic for the stream. That'd be great if that was a possibility. If I didn't have to do it or didn't have to have like a mod do it themselves, like that'd be cool. Like just have a ever increasing amount of money for an alert that I hate. So eventually it gets phased out until a whale comes in and is like, I like that alert, $100. Tomorrow Never Dies is the best Bond can sit in your hometown. Hell? I just assume you're a demon. I will say I have more at the bottom of the list because of his acting and more because those movies I think had poorer scripts and they had too silly of gadgets. There is something to be said about like realisticness of a gadget. Like it's got to be like something I can imagine possibly could work. You know? Like some of the gadgets in the Bond movies are like the Batman 60s series gadgets. It's like, don't worry, Robin, I've got my shark repellent on me at all times. Like, no, you don't, Batman. Fuck off. No, KG, I just don't know. I just don't know, man. Just sometimes people drift apart. Haven't heard from him. Do you ever see the early 80s movie called Condor Man? Nope. Never. Who's the best villain? That is a good question. Who's the best Bond villain? And by best, I'm not like, you mean my favorite? I think my favorite, I mean, I might have to go with, I think, Dr. No. Dr. No! No! Ernst Stavro Blofeld. Ah, yeah, that's life. In my 53 years, it's happened a few times recently for me too. Yeah. Really? Pretty sure you once told me that you never take Dr. No for an answer or something like that. I never take Dr. No for an answer. All right, there it was. That was the ad break is up and over. We have blabbed a sufficient amount, and now it's time. Oh shit! I forgot to tell you guys. So Enshem75, the winner of July's If Then, has returned to me and said their game that I'm going to be playing on the 28th after I come back from vacation. On the 28th of this month, I will be playing a game called Dismantle, which I have never heard of. It's a game from 2021. Ascend from your shelter, ruin everything, escape the wretched island, explore, fight, level up, survive, gather, craft, harvest, hunt, build, farm, solve puzzles, fish, cook, live, enjoy the bittersweet post-apocalypse. But I have never played it. I have no idea. Like, obviously it seems like a building game, but that's their choice. So we're going to give it a look on the 28th. So it's good. Okay. There was a great homage to Shark Appeal in a multiversal traveling Batman storyline where he receives it from Adam West and uses it on some cosmic shark right before restoring all potential realities. Equipped some line like, finally, a Batman more prepared than me. That's great. That's great. All right, we have it. Saros. Let's jump in. PS5 base or pro? Oh, it's just base. Just base. I did not get the pro. It didn't seem worth it to me. I'm not a graphics queen like JP or Co, I suppose. Just give me 1440 and I'm fine. I would like it to be 4K, but if it's 1440, it's fine. 60 FPS, I don't need any more than that. It'd be nice, but I don't need it. Oops, subtitles on, subtitles medium. Let's go large. Saros will automatically spend your cycle if you close the game outside of boss encounters. Okay, if you die or close Saros during boss encounters, you will always be returned to the starting area. All non-permanent progress. Oh, progress. You mentioned the other day you prefer Mission Impossible over Bond. Do you have any favorite Mission Impossible movies? Good question. Hold on. Carcosa, unknown compound found. 3.4 trillion yearly revenue. Discovery, patent registered. Lucenite. Survey, colonize, mine, extract. Sending survey team, echelon 1. Sending colony workers, echelon 2. Sending backup operation, echelon 3. No contact from mission teams. Sending emergency team, echelon 4. Yeah, the audio design already is really cool. And I love the old, like, the retro futuristic shit like Alien.
I did what I had to do. It wasn't my fault.
The sun is forever.
The sun is forever.
The sun is forever.
To answer your question, my favorite Mission Impossible, the one with Philip Seymour Hoffman. He was the best villain, man. He was so good.
Find me, Arjun. I need you.
Find me, Arjun. I need you.
I know. I need you to. Scan for Sultari signals. Right. I need to find her on my own.
Wow. Did I play Returnal? Hell yeah, I did. It was my game of the year in 2021. Loved it. love the look of this already, man. L1 to dash? Weird, okay.
What you want. What you need.
Auto hit helps direct shots toward targets when you aim near them. Okay. Cool setup so far.
Nothing stop you.
Let nothing stop you. Active reload, okay. Damn, yeah, I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for this type of, like, you know, derelict world sci-fi shit. I'm in. I'm into it. Dude, I'm in!
You are so close now.
Yeah, I know. It's even in the title.
Hold on for me. I will find you.
Whoa, okay. Roguelite. Yeah, roguelite. You know, you can kill the first boss, but it's really hard if you're, you know, you can do it if you're really skilled. I'm not, so. Dude, this is fucking great. I love it. I was thinking that same thing, Kubiz. I was thinking Dune mixed with Alien.
Function restored.
Is this a video game sequel for Manos? You mean The Hands of Fate? Or Manos the Hand of Fate?
She was there.
Wrist computer. My wrist lojackometer.
Jerome? Sheridan?
Sean! Jason! Chief McLeod.
Tom?
Hello? Nice haircut. I like it. Probably very cool in the summertime.
Oasis. It was promised.
Thank you.
I need to know that I just made the right decision.
It's me, boss.
Haven't seen Tarn since he sabotaged our ship. Thought he was dead. Just like you.
Wait, how long?
Since the last time the sun died.
Yeah, I remember seeing the eclipse and then...
Jay Jackson.
You can come out.
Tarn.
Arjun? Tarn. No. What happened?
Where have you been? And what did you do?
Nothing. I don't know what to tell you, Kate. It feels like I only just left and Tarn jumps me.
You left us here. We've lost people. There's no way to get home, and you think
Kayla,
you can just...
he's returned to us. That is what matters.
Time for this later. Kayla, Stack, go make sure Tarn didn't mess with any other equipment. While Jerome and I deal with this.
Yeah, listen to Linda Hamilton.
Means you too, mate.
Arjun, there's a Saltari signal out there. It's our best shot at finding the colony.
Let's find our people before that signal disappears. I'll follow when you're ready.
I'll find them and make sure everyone's safe. Sheridan. I'm sorry you had to make that call.
My job is to keep my team alive.
What happened to the crew isn't your fault.
Saltari won't agree. Half of us gone, and nothing to show for it.
They won't care once we find the colonists. We've got your back, boss.
Everyone's hurting. But remember, we've still got a job to do.
Of course we're hurting. Tarn was a friend.
We've lost a lot of friends. I'm just trying to keep the rest alive.
What the hell happened, Jay?
Most wandered off and got themselves killed. Some came back. Different. It's been ugly, Arch.
Oh shit, Hamilton's walking into the camera and making it go weird.
You think the others can hold it together?
They're the only ones who didn't lose their minds. So that's something.
Is it too, are the subtitles too big? Should I bump them down to medium?
You think the colonists are still
Oh,
alive?
they're great? Okay.
We get occasional signals, but they stop as soon as they start. There were thousands on the ships before us. Gotta be some sign of them out there.
What about you, Jay? How you holding up?
J. Jackson Jameson.
Won't lie, mate. I bloody hate this place.
Anybody else? Got anything else to say? Who are you again?
Who are you again?
Arjun Devraj.
Plot a route to that Saltari signal.
Map data corrupted. Marking approximate location.
The Shattered Rise. I'm probably going to be seeing that a lot. Oh, after a cycle can unlock new nodes in armor in the armor matrix. Okay.
Let's find that signal and bring back some good news.
On it, Jay.
That lot in the passage is all that's left of us. And they're ready to break.
I'm about to break. Everything you said to me.
Jay, do we know anything about this civilization yet?
Whatever it was, it's a graveyard now.
You
But
say
Sultari
that.
said there was nothing.
Focus on the rescue, mate.
Unknown power signature detected. Integration suggested.
I will integrate with the giant glowing butthole. Let me put my finger right in it. Oh, or fist it completely. Oh, now my right arm is covered in jizz.
Power
Space jizz.
open the path.
Who is talking? I hate disappearing loot.
Gone for days. You really don't remember.
Feels like no time at all.
We kept searching for the colonists the whole time. Odds are looking grim at this point.
No, they're safe, Jerome. Everyone on those ships is safe.
Man, I love the environment. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. I got an integrity crest. She had huge tracts of land. Oh, by the way, yeah, don't forget tomorrow is Indie Saturday, so give me your indie games. Suggest them in my indie suggestions tab in Discord. Ow. Whoa, okay. +5 command. Those are some weird Pokemons. Power World 1.0 looks way different than the early access. Encrypted Soltari audio recording.
The sun. Oh, the sun. It's in me. It sees me. It knows me. Soon, they will come for us. And we will bleed. And we will smile.
Oh, I need a key for that? Okay. Oh. Too much praising the sun for this motherfucker. I'm guessing that is a later thing, like a grappling hook thing that I can get later. I do like the movement speed. Movement speed is nice. You really cook. Yep, another one.
Is this ours? Echelon 4 gear.
Confirmed. Vandalism logged.
In the time between eclipses, I find myself again. I think about what I've done and what I'm going to do next, and I know that none of it is right. That doesn't mean I can stop it. The darkness will chew up the sun and spit it out all over again. Then I'll wake up with just memories of a dream. Am I the dreamer or the dream? The dream of kings, the dream of my desires, endless and hungry. It's so short now, this time awake. So Jerome, Lena, Arjun, whoever finds this, I'm sorry. But I can't change any of it now. Tarn. That's the guy we killed in the very first scene. Or I didn't kill him. Linda Hamilton killed him.
Such a small thing. Just a little cut in the right place and boom, no more ship. I felt for them. I really did. Their despair as our only way home burned. But I had to do it. Pain is the first step on the path.
I found a log at Tarn's camp. Didn't sound like him anymore. What the hell happened while I was gone?
Just about everyone lost their damn minds.
I like how sane everyone sounds. Totally. So cool. I love the sculptures on the side. You think this is Lovecraftian? I don't think it's Lovecraftian. It doesn't strike me as that to me. No, wait, Wait, no, I didn't know it was gonna close behind me. Shit.
Jerome, eyes up, we've got trouble.
Now you see the kind of shit I've been dealing with. Best we avoid that thing.
You think? Oh, it is inspired by Lovecraftian mythos, huh? Okay. Permanent resource used for rare and valuable armor alterations can be found hidden throughout Carcosa.
I hear it. The voice. The whisper of the eclipse. It's been waiting. Watching us. It wants me to listen.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Got quite a few BRBs for this one too. So we'll just do a little preview. Okay. Here we go. The BRB screens as they were presented or as they were gifted to me. Thank you very much for making them. We got a few from Javi. 3 from Javi. And then we got one from C. Stringard and one from Yeti Elder and one from Gorilla Burrito. And while you're looking at those, it's actually a great time for me. I didn't pee before stream, so I'm gonna go pee now. Okay, not bad, right? This dude is Zeke. Why? I don't know why that's even on there. That's funny. And then, of course, Katie with all of my heads surrounding her. Beautiful. All right. Thank you for the BRBs, guys. I truly appreciate those. All right. Whoa, shit. I almost fucking fell down that pit. Didn't even see it. Whoa, okay.
Soltari weapon detected.
Oh, really? Oh, what this?
Soltari assault rifle. High-speed auto fire.
This was Tarn's favorite.
You might want to sit down for this. Alt fire. Okay, hold it halfway down. grapple point that I can't get to yet.
Jay, I see a tower.
I haven't seen anything like that. But the ground keeps shifting each time I go back out.
What are you talking about?
This world, mate.
It's a roguelite
It
world.
keeps changing its mind.
It's
Maybe we
procedurally
can find a way
generated.
to the city.
Big planet, mate. One thing at a time. Find the signal.
This world, it's a vampire. Set to drain. Oh, okay. I figured it out, Frost. God damn, it just took me extra time. Stuck around. I didn't realize. It's red for you. I'm colorblind. Watch your tone. Okay, so this one, the smart rifle that I'm picking up has less clip size, less auto target radius, but more damage accumulation. Hey dude, just coming in because Twitch gave me notification that you're a stupid doo-doo caca head, and I wanted to come by and see if that was true. Well, I'll go ahead and let you make your own judgments about that. But I'm not gonna say that it's completely wrong. By the way, what's up, Max? Good to see you, buddy.
Warning. Extreme threat detected.
Whoa, god damn, dude. Okay. Slightly 76, taking 47.
Cancel sub. Gulk Twitch cancel sub. Siri how to cancel slubber fuck I too drunk for this.
That's good, that's good. Hey, 3-stream watch streak. Oh my god, Max! Max! 3 streams you've watched? Oh my god, you must be bored out of your goddamn mind. Is there no fucking golf tournaments that you could be watching right now? Speaking of, I watched the entire, I don't know, the Swedish Open or whatever, and the one in... I think they were both in Sweden, to be honest. Ale, the All-A. I called it Ale. The All-A Open, yeah, I watched that one too. They're great watches, man. I love it. I enjoy watching that shit. And now I know names. And I probably even have a favorite disc golfer. And his name is Max Gonzalez. I don't know if that is, I'm pronounced that wrong. Gonzalez. You want me to pick Patterson? All right. This one, oh, it's my newest one, and I think you'll like this one. Gassy. I think you'll know why.
Got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke.
I got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke. And for those of you wondering why it's specifically a Mexican Coke, it's because Mexican Coke traditionally comes in the bottles, like the old glass bottles. And you order a Mexican Coke because they use real sugar and not high fructose corn syrup. Oh, Mexican goat, you think? Yeah. I mean, speaking from experience, they're both really tight and easily get stuck in.
What is this place? Is this some sort of temple?
And both oh so sweet.
Was that them? The ancients?
Biological evidence required. Iconography depicts a ritual. Context unknown.
I always like that word, iconography. Got your first under 20 round at plus 17. Nice. Been out for 3 months and getting better every time. That's so cool to hear, Matt Wax. Oh, the images are like those, what are those called? They have a name for them, where they're slightly raised, and if you move them, they make a different image or make it look like it has motion. What are those called? Lenticular. There you go. It's like a lenticular. Okay, he charges. Damn it. Oh, nice. Okay. So I can use it on this thing. Oh, yes. Yes, collect.
Give me a scan.
Unknown technology. Leucinite composite constructed centuries ago.
I think I messed up. I may have activated something I shouldn't have. Come in. Over.
Jay, we have a whoopsie over here. Repeat, whoopsie doodle at my position. Please advise.
Carcosa has been changed by the eclipse. Hostiles have become more dangerous and will now fire corrupted projectiles. All Leucinite has been enriched, providing even greater... Oh, okay, so... Eclipse happened.
What's with the Leucinite?
Get more money.
Energy yield vastly enriched during eclipse.
I wonder if... Do I lose my Leucinite when I die? Probably, right?
What the hell happened to that hostile?
Abnormal energy surge. Matches solar conditions.
I gotta stop paying so much attention to the active reload and more attention to not dying. Oh, +4 drive, Leucinite gain, reckless. Lose Leucinite when hit. Yeah, why not? Let's gamble. Should we? Sure, why not? Just don't get hit. Easy peasy. I would hope you pick up more than you lose, but it is me.
Alert. Soltari signal detected. Caution advised. Abnormal biomass detected.
Frenzied hostile. Hostile deals extra damage from successive hits. Okay. Just don't get hit. Find a way to open the gate. Okay. He has a nasty habit of doing a little hop at the end of the T-pad. Release killing all momentum and he just nose up. Yeah. I'm
Bloody eclipse
working on
pissed
it.
off the entire world.
Are you okay?
I really wish you wouldn't tell people about
Nothing
how
I
bad
can't
I am.
handle.
So.
When things are heated.
It looks... don't know. It does more damage, but it looks... Actually, there's more projectiles, I guess, coming out of this one. I guess I was just hoping for a bigger difference. Whoa, shit. Some healing would be nice. Oh, there we go. A little green orb. Oh, they go through the rock? Oh, that's fun. Once again, I hate disappearing loot. Go ahead, Crancius. If you're here, Crancius, give him a reminder. God damn it. Getting hit with corruption causes corruption to build up. Corruption diminishes the max integrity of your armor. Oh, I see. There's a little spot at the top of my health bar. Now, how do I cleanse this corruption off of me? Oh, come now. Oh, come on. I'm right. You fuckers. I'm right there. Do you want to know? No, now I don't need to know. Because I know there's a way to clean it. So that's all I care about. Oh. Maybe that's the only way I can get up there. Okay. How's corruption build up? Okay. See, when I was 11, I went to Sunday school and a preacher taught me how to cleanse the corruption. Can I show? I can show you if you like. I'm Catholic, man. I was already shown. I just choose not to remember for reasons. Please close that. Thank you. There we go. Heavy fall. Oh, take fall damage? Nah, I don't want fall damage. fucking hate that I don't know, like there's so much stuff I can't do yet because I don't have the equipment for it. You know what? That hole is too intriguing. I gotta go down the hole. Shit, I had one choice. I think I made the wrong one. Oh man, I almost cheated it. Okay.
This is Alabala 1 from Echelon 4. Day 5 on Carcosa. I've left the others behind. They've been useless since Beerus died. They're blind to what's right in front of them. A treasure trove of technology. Value beyond anything we projected in the Lucenite venture.
No one said what happened to A-Lab.
For good reason. The bloke's poison, mate. Bloody Soltari suits.
You think he's alive?
Dunno. Don't care.
Oh, increases maximum armor integrity. Okay. Hold on, before I get that, that might start something. That's why I'm leaving it behind for now. Yep. Give me a better arm, please. It's a choice. Fuck me. I didn't even notice there was a choice. I wonder if all of them had choices and I just didn't see it. Life is all about choices. Okay, so it is that bar in the middle that gives me a special blast. My special blast! Oh, I cleansed my corruption. Yeah, I did. I don't know how I did that. Okay, now you can tell me. How did I cleanse my corruption? When you fire your special attack. Oh, okay. They probably told me that already. Get a one-hit immunity after opening a container. It was in the first 5 minutes. Thanks, Wax. I have a feeling I'm going to be spending a lot of time at low health.
Caution. Alpha hostile.
Damn it. This guy's gonna eat my fucking lunch. Yeah, he's gonna eat my fucking lunch. Okay. We go again, I guess. Come back stronger.
How am I here again?
No data for the past 1.3 hours.
Why become an enforcer? It was the natural next step, doing what I do, but with more meaning, I guess. Meaning? It's not about getting paid, it's about helping people. And does that make you feel good? It's not about me, it's not about me. Or it's not about that, it's not about me. And what is it about? If they're really lost, if they're in trouble, then they need someone to save them, and I think that's meant to be me. Fair enough. Sheridan Bouchard, observe strength, authoritative, rational under pressure, people skills, observe flaws, superiority complex, rejection sensitivity, stack, observe strengths, highly adaptable, openness to experience, flaws, traits in line with oppositional defiant disorder. Kayla Rhodes, detail-oriented, inventive, problem solver, highly loyal, flaws, risk of homesickness, history of anxiety. Jerome Jackson, level-headed, never questions orders, flaws, fatalistic tendencies, possibly unresolved grief. Redacted, highly driven when focused, compartmentalizes fear, flaws, prone to distraction, history of substances. File lab Adlawan only. Do maintain that the colony is still presumed to be active and successful. Emphasize the importance of securing the mining operation over colonists' well-being. Remind crew that any doubts and concerns should be taken to the designated primary unit rather than disclosed to colleagues. Do not refer to the Echelon program with any terminology that implies failure to meet expectations. Disclose that there have been no contact with prior Echelon missions since redacted. Allow any crew member to engage in reconnaissance without enforcer protection. Oh, stuff I get later? Okay. So Tari chose Carcosa for colonization due to the presence of leucinite, a compound with vast energy potential. Projected annual revenues from extraction on Earth are in the trillions. 3 Echelon spacecraft have been dispatched to Carcosa with missions to establish the colony and mining operations. Attention, leucinite extraction takes precedent over all other concerns, including personal well-being. It's the spice, basically. Reported amendment. Contact lost with Echelon 1, 2, and 3 personnel. Emergency vessel Echelon 4 dispatched Carcosa. Located colonists resume leucinite extraction. Crew expendable. What up, Beltage? Thank you for the 37 months. Echelon 1 Pioneer Team. Yeah, leucinite. Yep. And then emergency crew investigate total communications failure. Right. That's us. We need that.
It's good to have you back, Arjun. Thought we'd lost you too.
I can't believe so many are gone.
They didn't all die. Some of them changed.
Changed? What happened to them?
It was different for each of them. But Alab and Beers, they were so cruel. It was a mercy when they left.
So, how are you, Stag?
Somewhat adrift. A pilot with clipped wings.
You'll be all right once we find the colony. What are you gonna do in the meantime?
Sheridan would have me counting rations and sweeping floors. But I need more. I came here for so much more.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
I've got core
Yeah.
functions
Where's the
online,
upgrade
but
table, goddammit?
without access to a Solitary network, our primary unit is a shadow of what it should be.
Not such a bad thing. We need help, not corporate oversight.
Oh, it'll still have plenty to say. You know what these things are like.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, Enforcer load-up protocols are good to go.
At last.
That's me.
Over to you, Arjun.
Thank you.
All right. Let's have it, Primary.
Interface for loadout calibration. Enforcer Devraj.
Spend resources collected during cycles to unlock alterations. These are armor matrix nodes which permanently upgrade your abilities. Yeah. Okay, so you do get to keep those things. Good. All right, drop leucinite stays longer on the ground before disappearing. Yes. Okay. Okay. I get it. Armor matrix contains a plethora of different... yes, I got it. I got it. Unlocks adrenaline levels and combat-related bonuses. Okay. Shield capacity. Leucinite gain. Yes. I would like that, please. Thank you. Maximum armor integrity. Yes, please. Yes, please. Increase proficiency by 1 to gain higher level weapon. Okay. Yep. Loose Knight seems to be the XP of the land, so we'll get all that. Okay, cool. All right. Good talk. Stats. EMW3.
17. Let's go sneak beers and drink behind the gas station and then go see our first R-rated movie legally.
Yeah, dude, let's do it. That sounds awesome. My parents are out of town. But don't tell Jake. Jake's not allowed to come. He knows why. Fuck Jake. We hate him. All right, so I have 5 Pokeballs. What do I do with Pokeballs? Making loot disappearing slower is an upgrade. It's such a cheeky way to make player appreciate the mechanic. Fuck that, dude. I hate it.
Your absence has been noted, Enforcer Devraj.
I was out there searching for our people.
Attempting recovery of company assets. File amended. Log your findings and deposit acquired resources. Everything on this world is Soltari property.
Sheridan says finding the colonists is my priority.
Soltari regulations supersede Commander Bouchard.
Soltari isn't here. That's why they sent us.
I am primary. I am Soltari.
All right. I'm guessing. Well, I don't know. Does that? I guess I'll find out where I spend my Pokeballs. I got 5 of them.
You okay with primary taking charge?
I have to be. It's an asset we can't squander.
It knows protocol, but it doesn't know people. We still need you.
Talk to Primary yet?
I've checked in, yeah.
When we landed, I was looking forward to his help. But now, it's jabbering on about Soltari regulations while we bury our dead.
We don't have to do what it says. Who's gonna tell us otherwise?
Yeah, make sure to put it in sleep mode. Probably use a lot of energy being snarky.
This is different. All of it.
Map data unregistered. Resetting.
Thank you.
We haven't had a better lead than this yet. Make it count, Arjun.
I know I screwed up earlier, but I'll find them. Trust me.
That's something you'll need to earn.
Ooh, hand cannon, huh? Sure. Let's see what that's like.
The way they look at me. Doesn't upset me anymore. I will show them all how bright I can shine.
So many gone.
Praise him.
Ton, Lena, Beers. There's something wrong with this place.
I was there when Beers walked himself off a cliff. He stared at the sun until he hit the ground. Something's wrong with this world, mate. We need to protect the others from it.
Yo, Gorilla Burrito giving a sub to George Saros. God damn it. It had to happen. Melee's pretty powerful. I like that.
This ridge is home to the most incredible creatures. Marvels of science, maddened and mutated by God knows what. I've seen them tear each other apart, but they leave me alone because they know this whole world belongs to me. Every brick and every beast.
Now the stats I've upgraded are the 2 half moons and the shield. So if I haven't upgraded the middle track, or if I had upgraded the middle track, the tactical rifle would do more damage than it is. Is that correct? I mean, it's still better than what I have. But it'd be even better if I would have upgraded those abilities. Yes, okay. So this is still a better choice, even though it's not as good as it could be. Yeah, better clip size, sure.
Tell me, why did Pierce do it?
He didn't make much sense by then. Kept babbling about a beach. No, a shore. That's what he said. He was looking for a shore.
God damn it. I thought they switched sides. Better to live longer. The secret to getting practically any girl into bed, my friend said, is to put your potato in your underwear. Yeah, great, except he didn't say it needs to go in the front. Yeah, that was an old joke. My grandma told that joke.
No sign of Pierce or Lob. I found a camp, presumably Tarn's. He built something here. An, offering. Well, a shrine. It's madness. The longer I look at it... God. What did you find out there, Tarn?
I think Lena might still be alive.
I was just telling Pierce I knew she was okay.
Pierce is dead. You told me that.
He was just... nothing, mate. Must be hearing things.
Yeah, there's no fucking way I'm making it there. But I'm gonna try. Yeah, not even close.
Earlier, you were gone a long time, Arch. You really don't remember anything. Seems like every eclipse, someone else breaks. Yeah, well, my worries are my own.
Ow. Ping converter. Oh, taking damage. Oh, generates power. Okay. Okay. Command. Oh, resilience, command, and drive. All right. It's a fucking bullet sprinkler. God, I can't wait till I get that goddamn grappling hook. Multi-kills generate power. Hey, fucker. Fuck off. Wow, that doesn't do a lot. I also love the art of this game. Sorry, I had a meeting. Did Zeke die with all this wood getting hit mods? No, I got hit by a big guy. How's the combat there? Scroll down. Well, that's what I likes about this game. The combats. Ah, this thing. This thing is a boosty at some point. No, the combat, it's very, very Returnal. If you like Returnal. Feels very smooth. And they make it nice. Like that most of the weapons like lock on for you, so you don't really have to aim that much on a controller, which is good, I think. No key.
Is there a way forward besides that?
No alternate paths detected.
Okay. I guess I'll shake hands with death.
How does this thing work?
Insufficient data.
So that thing causes the eclipse and makes everything hit harder. That will be explained to me at some point, I'm sure. Oh, okay. My mission is still to open that gate. Okay. Oh, God damn it. Okay, so those guys, you should just use your power on him. Firing while stationary deals reduced damage. Well, I'm never doing that. Taking damage briefly jams main weapon. Sheesh. Okay. So just don't get damaged. That's all. That time I needed the healing. Whoa, don't do that. And again, I am left without any keys, so that's perfect.
I heard Pierce again. So far away.
Jay, you know he's gone.
Oh yeah,
I
give me
keep
that.
hearing him.
Nice. Where was it? Oh, it's down here. Okay. Can I still go get it? Oh, they blocked it. Oh, fuckers. All right, fine. Fine. I did. Okay. I went that way. Now we go this way. Or not. Sure. Halcyon. Jay, comms are down. Hope you find this. It's just me now. Tarn took off a couple days ago. Didn't say where. I told you he wasn't ready. Seems like the only way off the ridge is going underground. That suits me just fine. Don't worry about me. You know that there's no one better. L. Oh, if the suit's in full integrity, I get life. I get health. Or I mean, get ether. Fuck. I get money if my suit's at full. Okay. Okay, I don't want to go that way yet. Ah! That was fun. Thanks, pricks. What that is. I'm gobbling all these balls. So many balls. I'm just gobbling them up. Nom, 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 nom.
Sheridan wants me back out on the ridge. She talks like it's just routine, but I see the guilt in her eyes. She thinks it's a death sentence. Maybe she's right. We're not equipped to deal with those things out there. We're just a support team. But I don't know. I feel good, you know? Feel like I'm supposed to be here.
Mm-hmm. You can't leave this planet. She won't let you. fuck my butt. Got that, biche. Wait. Oh, that's where I came from. Right. Right, sure. Yeah. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. What this? Take fall damage. Now. I don't want to take fall damage. I don't want to worry about that shit. What? What? Oh. This thing again. Fuck. Really like to get up there. Holy shit, you're bald. Thank you. Yes. Congratulations on having 2 working eyes.
I'm guessing I can't break that.
I can't believe them. Oh, okay.
Extreme kinetic energy required.
Or at least one. Yeah, you're right. I guess you could just have one. Oh, what did she say?
Melee power insufficient.
Oh, okay. Ah, there we go. Yeah.
Soltari holocache detected.
Yay! That's good, right? Nitya?
I knew you'd be here. Activate holocache.
Delaware is still won't hear anyone's concerns. The mission's the mission until we hear otherwise. I guess purpose is good, even if it seems absurd. I worry more about Micah. Sometimes I catch him staring at nothing, into the black. He says he can hear something. The others think he's losing it, but I think he's just scared.
I'll find you. That's why
I will find her! Oh, inventory full now. Oh, do I only have like... Oh, these are okay. These are all the slots I have. Okay. And they're all full. That's the alt fire in the gun. Thank you, Spencer. Shit, though. Can I discard? Because these are all the artifacts. I'm just curious. Maybe it's a later upgrade. No, if I ask you a question, Pacifist, you can go ahead and answer. If I say, like, can I discard, you can answer. You can later? Okay, with reroll tokens. Okay, cool. No, that just saves me time so I don't sit there looking through the menus going, how do I do this? Universal greeting, please. It's gone, Pishka. It's gone. Hold on. I might have it somewhere. There is one place I can check. Hold on. Let me check my journal. It's not in there. What? Someone played the guitar. And it feels like there's an enemy. This way? No. Must be missing the way forward. Oh, down there. Okay, I see it now. Aha, got it. Yeah, I better live. I better live longer. Better get some healthies. Chekhov Chainsaw with 52. Thank you very much. Oh, is SAROS starting? The SGDQ run of SAROS is starting now? Are you kidding me? That's fucking hilarious.
Spatial distortion ahead. Unknown technology. Tracing readings from a previous location.
A shortcut. I'll take all the help I can get.
residue of biomass matches earlier scans.
Oh, the gate! Oh, okay. I have a lead, I can beat them! That's 15, I got a 17, okay. Oh, the alt fire is just semi-automatic? Alt fire. No fire rate. Oh, okay, so I can really go, okay. I can fan the hammer on him. I see. Back to the gate. Okay.
Signal leads underground. I've found a tunnel leading there.
Careful, Arch. We have no idea what else is down there.
I just need to keep going. I'm close, Jay.
Well. Nope, don't have a key. Oh, halcyon, nice. All right, to the basement. Or to my doom. Yo, Gluke, what up? Thank you for the 90 months.
Woohoo 90 months, getting close to a lot of wasted time. Seek love.
Well, this guy looks like a party. Oh, he has 3 health bars. Oh, I fucking missed it. Well, jumped right into that one. Yep. Okay. 3 health bars. Why you know you shield? Oh, I forgot I haven't had one. I so rarely use it.
get back out there.
Now that Primer is online, let's get this place in order.
I've uploaded my scans of the architecture. Build-out drones will take care of the rest.
Good work, Kayla, but we still have plenty to do. Get Stack to help you with the cargo crates.
Look, what?
Anything yet?
Still searching. But I spotted a winged creature. Nothing like the others.
How could Soltari miss so much?
They only saw profit with the Lucenite extraction.
Yeah, we all know they'll cut a corner to save a buck. But Carcosa is a big investment.
Yeah, they definitely threw everything at it. 3 ships of colonists and then us to clean up the mess, obviously.
If Lucenite's even half the energy source they say it is, you know how badly it's needed back home. But leave it to Primary to manage those odds. Hey, that creature you saw? Next time I hear about it, it had better be dead.
Copy that.
Tell me you.
Why don't you go kill it then, lady?
No colonists yet. Just more ruins and hostiles.
There was civilization here. And now it's just dust.
Shield charge, the arm blast, kind of the core mechanic? Okay.
The builders.
I don't know.
Well, I'm not a smart gamer. That's for sure.
It won't. I won't let it.
Whatever they were, they built things we could only dream of. If they couldn't survive, how can we?
We can use what they left behind. Their weapons, their resources.
That's exactly what Soltari wants from us. To be their guinea pigs.
I only played the 2.5-hour trial. Well, you're just smarter than me, Arcane, right? Is that... Do you need me to say it out loud? You're a better gamer and smarter. There you go.
Is there any way I could join you out there? I feel like I'm rotting in here.
No, not until we know more. What happened to the colonists? Who built that city?
A city?
Well, we don't know anything about it.
The city. Gleaming, rising, screaming.
Screaming!
Stack. What are you on about?
I have seen it. Heard it. Like a dream far beyond these walls.
Maybe you should get some rest.
All right, well, you got a new soundbite to add. So we're getting rid of this one.
This is Co Carnage.
Damn it.
Make sure to wishlist Emberville. Woo!
Woo! All right, goodbye, Co. In this place, we're going to put this. Oh, god damn it. I hate having to fucking pump up the volume on these.
Now, light our darkest hour.
Okay. Okay. There we go.
Now,
light our darkest hour.
Now, light our darkest hour.
Yep, you tell him, Hot Rod. Okay. That is the new soundbite. Light our darkest hour. I love the Transformers, man. Oh yeah, it's from Transformers, the cartoon movie. There you go. It's in now. B2. B2 it is. Oh, that was Judd Nelson and St. Elmo's Fire. What are you talking about? Okay. Halcyon, there it is. Yep. Unlock certain things. Powerful alterations require metal called Halcyon. It can be found scattered throughout. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Okay, got it. And now, cost 1 to do a shield amplifier. Shield can now trap and draw power from corrupted projectiles. There we go. Overlord nodes. Key junctions in the armor matrix are blocked by Overlord nodes. To unlock these, you must dispatch powerful overlords. Boss nodes. Okay. 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 $300. Okay.
Stay focused, Arjun. We can't afford to lose you again.
Won't let you down, Sheridan.
Oh, it's on the same button as the fucking melee. Okay. Probably want this, right? Stronger either at lower max integrity. But that's permanent. Yeah, we'll pick up the permanent. No key. Fuck.
Jay, you ain't said much about how it's been for you.
What's to say? I was the only enforcer left. I know my job.
Ever wonder why the rest broke and you didn't?
You know what I've seen.
Yeah, and I was there for some of it.
Scar tissue, mate.
Minus command and
maybe
drive.
there's nothing else left to break.
Okay. Got lots of resilience now. Oh, excuse me.
User capabilities increased.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know that Games That Quick was doing SAROS today. It wasn't a purposeful thing that I did. Fuck. Don't have the thing that I need. What's their time frame on beating SAROS on the, given seed? What is their estimate? Faster than you. Thank you, Skygator, you fucking dipshit. $45 minutes? Wow. Wowzers. Shit. Alright. What is that? Attribute enhancer resilience. Oh, it just ups my resilience. Just straight up. Okay. Where is it? There you are. Yeah, bitch! Fucking punch you to death. Not exactly what I wanted, but whatever.
What's your read on Sheridan these days?
She doesn't give a lot away. Not as far as I can tell. She's doing better than most.
I'm glad she's still focused on finding the missing echelons.
There's a reason she's the boss.
Okay. I guess we're doing a melee kind of thing. I don't know what that is. How's the game so far? It's good. It's great. Very Returnal, much WoW kind of a thing. Oh. Someone must have timed you out and I forgot to give it back, buddy. There you go. Yeah, you might want to clean that. It's been sitting in this shit box for a while. Okay. Oh. Whatever. Fuck you. Kills restore integrity. You got that integrity. Another one up there I can't get. Power Punch! They call me Mr. Power Punch. Achievement only works on the boss after you kill it. Yeah, Ballsy move going toe to toe that thing. That's me. I'm Mr. Ballsy and Mr. Power Punch. I'm Mr. Power Balls. I'm gonna break this solar cage and run. All right, time for darkness to descend. There we go. Yep, no keys. Let's rock and roll.
The only way forward
is through. Oh. Oh, it's open now. I can just go. Oh, that's fine.
Where are you? Please, Ocean. Find me.
Oops. Integrity regenerates at low integrity. Okay. Okay. Oops. God damn it, dude. Mixing up my fucking things. Oops. No, I'm I mixed up my left and right bumpers because I'm fucking not used to like the dash being on a fucking left bumper. Dano, it looks like I'm signing papers on Monday, but it won't be final until the 16th, so I'll let you know then.
How long has it been?
Last vitals logged 2.5 hours ago.
Soltari, the global leader in products and services to aid and uplift all aspects of life with the ultimate goal of furthering the human experience. Having enjoyed rapid expansion since its humble origins as a manufacturer of carbon capture technology, Soltari is now active in fields including robotics, customer leisure or consumer leisure, advertising, renewables, rare earth mining, agri-tech, weapons manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, and of course, aerospace engineering and deep space exploration. Today, the Soltari family encompasses over 100,000 subsidiary firms and is proud to be the solar system's largest employer. Of course, this was merely the beginning of its ambitions. The Echelon program is the culmination of Soltari's long-term effort to establish new frontier for humanity, following dozens of successful unmanned.
I'm sorry, Stack. With the ship sabotaged, you have new orders.
Am I planning on playing Power World? I don't know, maybe.
Stuck in here. There's got to be some way to fix it.
No plans
Kayla says
soon.
The engine is beyond repair, even with primaries.
Oops.
Your feet are on the ground, and we have work to do.
Oh, they got a world record for all bosses. Oh, that's awesome. Good job, them. Good job, them. No. You know, to be honest, I might only play this for half a day and then play something else. This is a good game, but it's really chill, and I might just want to play it on my own because I play these games pretty slowly. Yeah, I saw that new record for the category. Yeah, it's really cool. I'll have to watch the VOD of that. Nobody's expecting 33 minutes from you. No, that's not what I meant. No, I know that. Uh, 568, huh? Second chance on death. Corruption is cleansed upon a second chance revival. Nice. Less Lucenite lost on death, sure. You bet. Oh. Okay. That's it. That's it for now. Let's go back to it.
Got an update for me?
Still chasing that signal. There's a lot in my way.
Sorry to labor the point, but we need this one. I'm worried about Stack and Kayla.
I'll find it. No matter what.
Oh, there we go. Whatever. No, it's honestly, for me, it's figuring out the controls. Yeah, I like this one the best so far. I did not play on Hinge yet, no.
they seem lost.
Stack came here to scout a new world before retiring in the colony. They expected a dream come true, and look what they got.
A nightmare. And I know you can remap the controls and stuff, but like, there's a reason they do it this way, so I'm just gonna get used to it. Just gotta remember, dash is left, shield is right. Okay. What is with the laser sight on this guy? Ricochet hand cannon? No fire rate, right? Okay. Okay. Eruptor hand cannon was my nickname in high school. I like that. How the fuck do I get up there to get that guy? I don't think I do. No, I don't. I don't have a hook shot or whatever the fuck.
Jay, everyone's on edge. How you doing?
Yeah, look out for the others. I'm fine.
downstairs. Fuck the spectral round mean. Each shot travels short distance and splits into 3 homing projectiles. Each shot fires an extra homing projectile that phases through terrain. Oh, okay. Everyone's an edge. I'm Chrome. I'm solid. What are my favorite guns in Returnal? That is a great question. I don't remember. Good upgrade. That game have like a wire launcher, right? Pretty sure. I think I like that one. What the fuck? I was clear behind a fucking thing, man. They didn't give a shit. Okay. Yeah, damage over time. Yeah, that was nice. It's always a nice thing to have is some dots on the boss. Give me the better gun, please.
I knew this gig would be a crapshoot.
She said crap.
Soltari really outdid themselves this time. They didn't tell us the colony vanished. But they knew. I'm certain they knew. Consider this my official resignation.
Yes, Vi, you have sufficiently reduced all the elements of the game into a single sentence. Good job. Main weapon kills, reduce shield power consumption. Next!
These.
Yo, Kahua with 55. Thank you, Kahua. There he goes, Vi. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
This equips ship. Is it demons? Are we in hell? We're in hell, aren't we?
Seems better. I don't know. No, we're on a planet. We're on a planet and we're the planetary assault team or whatever. Oh, increase dash cooldown. No, thank you. +8 drive. Leucinite gain. Power max taker. Okay, no, I don't want either of those. Oh, wait, maybe I want this. Ooh, maybe I want that. It's got a super load on it. Fire rate gradually increases the trigger. So, all right, okay. Perfect reload boosts the damage of the next trigger pull. Oh, okay. Projectiles travel through hostiles. Okay, so reloading on time is good. Okay. Nope. Dude, are you gonna target or not? Wow, the auto target of this thing fucking sucks, apparently. Alright, fuck it, whatever. Might as well give it another shot. Oh, that breaks your shield, so don't do that with your shield. Got it, okay. Oh, fuck off! Damn it. God fucking damn it! Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Okay. Do they give me enough shit to pay attention to? I don't think they do. Yeah. I don't think they give you enough shit on the fucking screen to pay attention to. You got like 30 fucking things. You got the things on the wall, you got things on the ground, and you got the big fucking boss on the wall. Jesus Christ.
Not again. Come on, push further.
Record of interaction. Sheridan Beauchard, Kayla Rhodes. Until we see a corpse, is every chance she's still out there. If so, getting her back here should be our first priority. You know how desperately I want more people here, but it's not worth the risk. Even if she is alive, Lena was always kind of off. We all felt it long before she ran out on us. I don't disagree, but enforcers are the most precious commodity we got, and we still don't know if we can rely on Argent. That's exactly the problem. You saw what happened to Tarn. The last thing we need is someone else we can't trust running around here with a loaded gun. I hear you, Kayla, but this is my call, not yours. But it's my safety we're talking about. It's the only thing I've got left. I said the matter's closed. Wait, what's that light on primary? Recording ends.
Kayla, you seem distracted. You need any help?
I'm good, Stack.
Oh, he's fucking going stir crazy because he got nothing to
Nervous
do.
about what's out there. After what happened to Tar.
Argent and Jerome will keep us safe. We'll be fine.
We'll be fine.
Let me lend a hand.
Oh, what the fuck? Carcosa modifiers allow you to change the nature of your experience. Protection modifiers assist you, while trial modifiers make your journey more challenging. Choose your modifiers, lock in your selection, then return to a changed Carcosa. The fuck? These are just difficulty modifiers now, huh? Okay. Okay. So if I want the intended experience, I won't change any of that, correct? Correct. Oh, I have to go. Okay. Oh, well, look at that over here. Oh, okay. After I beat the boss, then. Okay.
Whatever else you find, tracing the signal comes first.
No arguments here, boss.
Where did that shit come from? The fuck was that? That's a great start. Yeah, it's like the penance board in Hades or whatever. Yeah, I get it. Or I don't remember what it's called, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's weird to actually want balls to hit my shield. It's less, I mean, it is a shield, but it's more like a collection orb. Well, that sucked. You can change the colors of the balls in the setting menu. It helped you to do that. That might help, yeah. Who's that? Helden giving a sub to Balls himself. Fuck you. Where did my hair go, Tobin? It's gone. I stuffed it up my ass. I don't know what you want me to say. My dog ate it. Yep, there you go. A terrible duct tape accident. Okay, main weapon kills. Reduce shield reduction. Or, reduce cooldown. I can read. Corruption generates power. Sure. What's my favorite headwear? Well, duh, it's a fucking 10-gallon cowboy hat. You kidding? Back up for one more shot at it. Corruption, we're getting into politics? Corruption generates power?
Jackson, or whoever's left to find this. I won't go back to that nest of panic. All that fear and worry, you know, it's like a disease. And I don't intend to catch it. Someone's got to find a path to something better. Yeah? Maybe I'll see you down the road.
Oh, shit. Nope, not that way. This way. This. No. Meh. Yeah. I like this gun. This is a good gun. Good gun. Get her, Ray! Why is it quiet? There's not a lot of, I mean, there's not a lot of story to, like, you know, make fun of or talk about or anything like that. It's just a really gameplay heavy game.
Why
Okay.
is it so quiet in here?
Raises adrenaline level. Now, what the fuck is adrenaline? Oh, there we go. There we go. Adrenaline. Collect loose ID of the damage and hustle builds up adrenaline. Each level of adrenaline shows a unique bonus. However, taking damage fully resets adrenaline. Oh, just the number. Okay, so you can build it up over time. Okay. So what is the what do I get? What are the things? Ah, fuck it. I'll just get this. I don't care. I'm going to get damaged by the boss, so. Is this game Prime or no? Oh, it's Prime, baby. It's a Prime game. Absolutely Prime. have actually been worth it. All right. Awesome to play at SAROS. Just picked it up before the stream. Nice. What do you got? What do you got for me? Well, yeah, I'll take that for sure. Weak point stagger nearby hostiles. No, not for the boss. Piss on it. Let's go. Fuck it. Let's try it again. Okay. Okay. Got it. All right. First time seeing that third phase. I'm surprised that I lived.
I think I found another tunnel system. A bunch of roots just withered away.
Woo! Not even Cole could have done it better. Third try. Or fourth try. Fourth try? Maybe fourth try. I'm attempting to say the F word. What? What is it? Finally? Finally, Saku? You know what? I'm tempted to just time you out. There you go. Now you don't. Now you go ahead and say it. Say it all you want to yourself, because no one's listening. Okay. Okay. So now I get new, like, after I die, which is going to be probably soon, I get more, I get to unlock the boss node.
Facial distortion detected.
Facial distortion?
Tracing readings from passage.
All right. We haven't taken a break yet, so, or we did take a minor one at the beginning, but we're going to take a short break right now, and I'm going to let you look at the Be Right Back screens, and I'm going to go pee. So you guys do, if you want to do that. Okie dokie. Welcome back. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you guys are having a good time. Thank you for all the Be Right Back screens you guys made. Very kind of you. Let's see where we go after we killed that boss.
Jay, the path ahead is blocked, but I found a way back to the passage.
The tunnel I found is clear. I'll check it out.
I'll catch up with you. See you down there.
Oh, what? Oh. Okay.
Explain your arrival in Forcer Devraj.
Hi, buddy. How you doing, Papa?
Your report. Now.
I found something. In the ruins. It brought me back here. That's all I know.
This network was closed to me before. Accessing. Establishing interface. Teleportation. This technology is now Soltari property.
Oh.
A bonus has been allocated for your discovery.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't give a damn about the bonus, Primary. I need to get back out there.
Then we are aligned in Forcer Devraj. I have linked our cartography to the ancient network. Access the device and follow the path you opened.
Thank you.
Examining the ancients' usage of teleportation is vital to Soltari interests. Find other nodes and activate them.
I get it, Corpo
You sure
Bot.
this tech is safe to use?
Profit analysis deems the risk acceptable. Proceed in Forcer Devraj.
Hilarious. Okay. +1 to all my stats. Okay, cool. There. Okay, we maxed out everything up to that point. Boom. All right, which way do we want to go? What is it? Attribute enhancement. Okay. Okay. No, it's not as weird. It's more straightforward sci-fi than Returnal was like, you know, psychological. This one's more like just straight up sci-fi for now, as it is now. Like, I've only been in it for 4 hours, but start each cycle with an extra redraw item, huh? Interesting. Now give me this. Drive attribute enhancers become more effective. Okay, yeah. Make me stronger. Sparky, thank you for the raid of 1.
I haven't rested since. I just keep seeing his eyes in my sleep.
I see them too. That bold yellow. I still haven't captured the color properly.
Whatever helps you process it, I guess. I just want some damn sleep.
Okay, now I can talk to everybody since I killed the boss, right? Okay, here we go. What do you got?
So, you can use that device to teleport around Carcosa?
Apparently.
Yeah. If I find other nodes.
Did Tarn know something we didn't? I need to... I need to know every resource we have to find the colony.
Okay. Yeah, don't disparage someone's raid. I will do that. I'm just joking, Sparky. I'm just joking, Sparky.
You walk horizons we can barely see.
What are you saying?
When you moved from shore to shore, I felt it happen.
Oh, you mean the teleporter? You're more a poet than a pilot these days, Stack. That device near Primary. Turns out it's some kind of teleporter.
Teleporter.
Tell me you haven't been using it.
I'll use anything I can to help us find the colony.
Remember Tarn? His eyes when he looked at that thing? No. I don't trust it.
And trust me. I'll be okay.
All right, let's see. Let's go to the world dial. Yeah. Oh, look. Oh, God, it has like... Ah, okay. So there's 17 audio logs, so I'm missing 7. Missing 1 text log. Oh, they have collection. That's great. What a great idea. Thank you. Let's do it.
I'm back, Jay. Any progress?
I found the gate controls. There's a tunnel junction I'm scouting. Tracing the signal.
I'm headed there now.
Oh, I get to learn how to do these things. Hooray!
Find out what this does.
Oh, you're doing it now?
Network detected. Multiple nodes linked to this hub.
You could have done that in the last world.
Full assessment required before interfacing.
I'll take my chances.
Security response detected. Multiple activations. Soltari signal lost.
The gate behind me just locked down.
Damn. The trip security activating some tech.
You woke some things up down here. Get to the gate controls and get me out.
I'll get you out, Jay.
Oh, I don't even need to keep my keys. After beating the boss. Bricks. Oh, there we go. That was nice. Thank you. Okay. Excella with 57 months. Thank you, Excella. Nope, I missed that one. Pain converter. I like the name of that. New gun, let's go!
Soltari shotgun. High density rounds.
There's my shotty. There we go.
I see the gate. Which way to the console?
I got all twisted up down.
Vertical spread.
Not
rather than
sure.
horizontal spread.
All right, I'm on it. Find that console. Anything linked to the network.
Digger, this guy is planning to visit you in secret. Just want to let you know he won't be too scared when he's standing in front of you, touching your bald head and his dick while saying, I love your hairstyle. Now I just need to give you another hat I wiped my ass with. Man, some of you guys got too much time on your hands. Fuck. What the fuck is that fucking thing?
Tell me what this means.
Hello? Suit?
Implication.
Thank you.
Eclipse causes transformation.
Ah. That is a super cool effect, though. Cool. Oh, hey, look.
Another holocache. So you were here too.
We were all glad when Micah disappeared. But then he came back. And God, he was beautiful. Shining. Golden. And we were in awe.
Oh.
We'd have followed him to the ends of the world. Except for Delroy.
Damn it, Delroy.
I've seen so much hate in all my life.
When did she record this?
Metadata corrupted.
Itia was here. That's all that matters.
Yeah, better take the stuff. Permanent stuff. Ooh, no. No, shotgun's 9. Good, shotgun's better. I want to keep a shotty. Oh, audio log.
Like everything else here, these drilling machines haven't been touched for centuries. So why is there only minimal decay? How does it endure without entropy? And the sheer scale of it all? The energy requirements are unfathomable. How could a civilization capable of that just disappear?
Jerome, Echelon 3 was here.
What did you find?
A research log. They were studying the ancient tech.
Means they weren't busy dying right away. That's good news.
How would one get over there? I don't even see like a... Oh, maybe from the other way? All right, anybody who's played this? Is that... Am I missing something? It seems like you either come in from the back or there's a special like triple jump or something that I don't have. Is that a later type of deal? Yeah. Yeah, probably true. Okay. Thanks, Frost. Man, it's been a blessing and a curse playing that game that brought you here in the first place, Frost. Okay, bye. Oh, shut up. You wouldn't leave me. This is the only channel where you can be yourself. Your asshole-ish, bell-end, dickish self. And you know it. You'd never leave me. Oops.
These machines weren't active before.
Quiet as a grave until you got too curious. But if anyone else alerted the machines before us, they're probably dead.
Don't say that.
He got banned in 437 Discord communities. As much as I like the shotgun, the range on it is gonna be a real fucking problem. Yeah, no, Juke, that was my first thing. It was just like, oh man, the range on it is just gonna limit. It sucks. I want it to be good. It just, I don't think it is. Yeah, there's, yeah, booty nut cheeks. Wow. Like fireworks, man. That's cool. Ow. Yeah, I'm not impressed by the shotgun so far. But we'll stick with it for a little bit. Well, I don't think I can get over there, so I'm just gonna move on. Nope. I'm not gonna make it. Nope. I had a choice and I chose this way, I guess. Yeah, those guys far away, like, sheesh. I gotta use my fucking rocket on them. It sucks. Okay, hand cannon it is. Thank you, Ren's Tea. Fuck did you come from? Fucking prick.
Any news from Passage?
Primary's online. Had some choice words for me.
Kayla should have kept him in the box, hey?
I bet Sheridan thought about giving that order.
Nope. Oh, wait, hold on. I got a choice. Oh, shit! I didn't realize that was a hottie. guys fucking whoop my ass, apparently. Yeah, there we go. That's the ticket. Yeah, I can't. It doesn't go far enough. Its effective range makes it voodoo doo doo.
Unstable power signature detected.
Aha! What dis? Oh, Dispiritor.
Power integrated.
Oh, it drops little dudes.
That shortcut you found back to passage.
Oh, look at that! It drops little dudes.
It's some kind of teleporter. Alien tech.
You just have to mess with everything you find, don't you? But I'm low on supplies. So any way back, I'll bloody take it.
Oh, I opened up the shorty. Oh, fucking hell. All right, here we go.
Jay, I'm gonna try something. I think it's the only way.
It's getting bad now. Lots of them.
Hang in there, Jay.
Oh, okay. Oh, activate the vault device 1 of 2. Oh, that way, okay. Shit.
Where are you, Arch?
I'm on my way. Stay with me. You hurt?
Nothing we can't set right in passage. Burned, but not bleeding.
Lay low, mate. I'll get you out.
No, if you can get in there, the shotgun and the melee fucking wreck. They wreck house. Oh, by the way, Sako, I went into the mirror last night and I pulled out that hair that was bothering you. You're welcome. Shit in my mouth. I just want Zeke to look pretty for us. Well, I just want to be pretty for you.
How do I keep coming back?
Insufficient data.
Arjun, we're in medical.
Stack, I found proof. The three of them. We're not the only ship that made it.
Oh, I suppose that's good.
Thought you'd be more excited about a lead on the colony.
That is your concern. Mine no longer. Carcosa is inspiring more than I ever hoped for.
What does that mean?
Images, sounds, sensations.
That's good, Stack. Maybe this isn't the right time.
I made him big, Vi.
Waste a second on
That's why.
anything less. It will help us all. You'll see.
Old age? No, I'm a fucking streamer, you idiot. Bigger the subtitles, the less close you have to sit to the screen. Vic, hopefully it all happened automatically and hopefully you understood why, but I'm sending this just for my own peace of mind. Yeah, it's all yours now, every single penny. Maybe it doesn't feel like it makes sense, but in the end, even after all the lawyers and the bad blood, I just couldn't think of a good use for it. So do me one last favor, give those kids the life they deserve. Forget about me, everything I'm ever gonna need is here. Everything I'm ever going to need is here. Can you cosplay the end from MGS3? Fucking Javi, you're so fucking random, dude.
Seb, is that you?
What is this? Oh, hey, buddy. Hey, homie, what up?
There you are.
This is the least of our concerns. I know.
Hey. Whatever keeps you going, Sebastian.
It's beautiful.
What is that for you, Arjun?
Your sweet ass.
Finishing the mission. Keeping people safe.
Oh,
Keep Summer safe.
I know you better than that. Keeping people safe.
Rami?
I thought you'd forgotten me.
You? Never.
I'm not a plant that needs tending. You and I have roots, Arjun.
But you're okay in here. The others are...
Why stare into the face of tragedy? I have my flowers. They're at least a problem I can solve.
He acts
But we
like
all
Jared
need
Leto.
people.
And I have you. Don't I?
Do you? Yeah, if you guys want to stick around, I'm probably going to play this for another half an hour. And then I'm just going to chill the rest of the day by playing some fucking Disc Golf Masters. Oh, shit.
Exercise caution in the ancient ruins, Enforcer Devraj. The Lucenite there is Soltari property.
I don't give a damn about Soltari property.
Lucenite is the reason we are here.
I came here for the colonists.
Resource extraction is the sole purpose of the colony.
Then let me do what it takes to find them.
No, I didn't say Discworld. No, I said Disc Golf Masters. No, I'm gonna play with you guys. I'm gonna play in front of you guys. Yeah, that's my next game. What was I gonna say? Oh, don't forget tomorrow is Indie Saturday as well. So give me your indie game suggestions for tomorrow so we can make a nice menu. 8:34. Not a lot. Okay. Yes, I finished 007. Finished that yesterday. Max armor integrity is good. What's this one? Max power. Tough choice. 300, 600, 900. What the fuck? I mean, it does increase across the board. I mean, it gives me +1 to everything, which is obviously nice. I don't know what this means. Start each cycle with an extra redraw item. Sure. Don't know what that means. Guess we're gonna find out together. Oh, what I needed to discard the mods or artifacts. Okay.
A woman with a gun. You can't be here. You're not safe here. You're going to die. You're not in your right mind. I tried to tell her about my friend. How we had everything we needed. How happy we were. But she didn't understand. I buried the gun beneath the tree, 20 miles from here.
Any luck yet, Arj?
I had to backtrack.
I'm barely hanging on here, mate.
I need to tell you something. You're the only one I can trust. I keep coming back. Somehow
No time for a heart-to-heart. Get me out of here.
these things underground.
Meadow shines through pearl.
What?
Really? Yeah, probably. Yikes! Pretty close quarters for this new fucking enemy. Personal space. Get out of my personal space. You're staying in my personal space. You better get out of my personal space. Oops. Always wrong button. Always pressing the wrong goddamn button.
The mines come alive when the eclipse burns in the sky. Even the machines hear its song. I take solace from it. It proves that I am on the path.
Particle effects, y'all. Heard you like particle effects. I wish we could all just be friends, man. I don't think that's an option here. Why is it going to that guy? Oh, he starts fucking cruising around with his fucking laser coming to get you, huh? And I'm dead. And that's it. I use ARs the whole game. I think the best choice given encounters the game throws at you. Yeah. Yeah.
Why does this keep happening?
Likely cause user error.
Damn, dude. Yeah, the Dispiritor sucks. Can I, how do I switch that? Oh, I need to find a different one? Oh, fuck off, dude. I can't switch back to the missile? Yeah, the Dispiritor, I don't really care for that very much at all. Or use my redraw? Yeah, yeah. Alright. Wait, what? No. How do I... You good? Okay, okay, cool. Alright. Alrighty. I think it's time for some disc golf. I'm just gonna chill for a little bit, and we're gonna play some disc golf. Yeah. It's not a bad game. It's just a game that I'd prefer to play on my own. Oh, don't look at my password. Or I mean, give me something to look at. Please, game, please. Well, I can see it on my OBS. But I can't see it on my monitor. And I don't know why that is. There we go. Aha, okay. Let's change up the code here, or the category. There we go. Tossing discs and chilling. Beautiful. What do you think makes SAROS an off-stream game compared to Returnal? Returnal, just had more that we could discuss together and stuff like that. It was a little more intriguing, a little more interesting. I don't know. This one is just, it feels like it takes longer. And the story isn't as intriguing yet, I guess. Okay. There we go. No tattoos. Wait. Yeah, give him a shirt at least. Matching shorts. Fucking jeez. Wow, not a lot of choices yet. It's still in early access, so. Can you explain disc golf? Yeah, it's like golf with discs. Like the name, it's right on the tin. It's exactly the same. The only thing that's different about it is you throw a disc instead of hit a golf ball, and you're aiming for a basket with chains on it rather than a hole in the ground. Sick of your smart ass, Spy. I'm sick of it. So it's not the same then? Fucking idiot. God. Vincent, thank you for gifting a sub to Lima Zulu Tango, by the way. Play rounds, complete challenges, stay active to earn activity points. The more you play, the more you gain. Okay. Your activity points are converted into activity coins. Keep playing to stack up more coins over time. Use your activity coins in reward track to unlock gear. Okay. I have one gear. I don't even know. Sure. I'll get that. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Let's play Minoka Springs. I need to get a -9 on yellow to unlock blue, red, then black, so on and so forth, so. Okay. No music. No music. Okay. Do you use different discs for different things than IRL? Yes. Yes. Your discs are like your golf clubs. Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay. Is that where I want it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, fuck off! Fucking dick. Are you kidding me?
Eat my asshole!
Starting with the bogey.
Wikipedia tells me after the USA, who have 73% of the world's disc golf courses, Finland has the next highest number with 9%. Finland also used to have the highest suicide rate in Europe. Coincidence?
Come on, get under, get under. Okay, that, get up there. You fucking cunt. God damn it, dude. Thank you, Vince, for giving a sub to He's Throwing. And thank you, Celtic Knight, for the bits. Are you allowed to throw discs however you like, or are there specific ways to do it? Yeah, you can throw however you want, but there are like good practices to do. All right, this is still a par 3. Oh, it's over there. Okay. Fucking, I shanked it because I fucking... Let me do it again. Let me do it again. Or not. Never mind. See, that's more of what I wanted to do. God damn it. Okay. Part it. Okay. I'm going to switch. We want it to go... It's got to go 82 meters.
Oh,
the tree branches! I fucking... Somehow I don't even see them.
Bushwood, sir.
And I never slice. No. Lame. If pole dancing can be a sport, then why can't this shit? I'd rather watch people pole dancing, just saying. Well, yeah, of course. Perfect throw and I didn't even get it there? What the fuck? Hold on. Why am I using this disc? Yes, use this disc. This has way more range. Oh, whoops. No, that's fine. Oh, that's why. That's why. Okay. Okay. That's why. Let's rethrow it. There. Oh, that fucking branch! There. Little nose up. Little nose up, get it in the basket. All right. Where's the thing? Over there, okay. Oh, stop! Hold up! No, where are you going? Where are you going? Not even close, dude! This is not the right music for that. There we go. Okay, how does it feel as opposed to real life? Same as golf? I don't know. I'm not getting your question. That's all right. That'll do. That's a good throw. Right? Bullseye. Bullseyed it. There you go. As in pouring? Why don't you guys take the fuck off? I'll just play this without you. You guys are all bored. Just get the fuck out of here then. Oh, turn. All right, that'll do. I can take that. I'll take that. God damn it! Is that way too far? Way too far? Way too far? Fuck. I gotta realize I can throw this thing fucking 99 meters, I guess. Jesus. Wowzers. I guess I gotta aim way above the fucking basket. If I'm that far away. Have I ever counted my furthest from IRL? No. Nuh-uh. Alright, this is a par 4, so. Ah, fuck me. Got to get around the trees. Oh, not even close. Yeah, you're just aiming for the fairway. Oops. How often do you just bounce off the chains? Quite a bit, actually. Hit it. Go. Turn a little bit. Oh, God. I overthrew that shit. Way overthrew that one. Okay. Fuck. Oh, fuck off. Nope. I don't even know what the fuck that was. I don't know what I did there. I have no idea what the fuck I was doing on that one. That was full power. Oh, right bumper's run up. Okay, hold on. There we go. It doesn't show the curve when you're doing the putting. If something's in your way, you need to curve it, right? At least you'd think. Are these discs expensive? Not really. You can get ones like between 15 and 30 bucks usually per disc. Have I played this with Gassy yet? No, that's why I'm playing it right now. So I can, you know, whoop his ass when the time comes. Okay, okay. How about some, oh my God, the roll, you fucking cunt. off the freaking basket! God damn it. No, we can get it there. We can get it there. Let's nope. There you go. Nope. Get the fucking branches. Fuck, I fucking knew it. I should have forehanded that. God damn it. How the fuck can I get more power on it? I don't understand, dude. What in the fuck is happening? This doesn't make any sense to me. Now curve into the, there you go. Bounce off, good help. Yep, friendly bounce. Okay, that one made sense. Sit, 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 sit. Oh my fucking, oh my fucking, ah, you fucking, you bastard. It do be like that sometimes though. It do be like that. Yeah, all right. Oh shit. That looks good. That was real good. Oh no! The fucking skip! 221 meters. Okay. I got my longest disc out. Oops. Too early, though. Okay. Yes, you can buy different discs as you go. Yep. Sit. Oh my fucking God! Would you quit skipping? Jesus! I'm just gonna lay it up. Well, that worked. Turn. There you go. There you go. There you go. Now skip a little bit. A little bit. No. It skips too much. I will say that. It skips a bit much. Okay. That one doesn't skip nearly as much. Get in there, motherfucker. Give me that bird. Give me that bird. Give me the good bounce. Oh, no. Why didn't it curve? It didn't curve at all. Get on your knees, bro. Wait. Yeah, I can't get on my knees, man. Downhill. Wow, par 4. Got a fair distance to go. Come on. There you go. Curve it. Sneak it through. Oh. Yeah. There you go. Skip. There you go. Halt, halt. Yeesh. You're goddamn killing me, Smalls. Get the fuck in there. Let's fucking go. Let's bird it. Let's bird it up. Okay. Okay. Off the rim, you fucking fucker. Oh, won't. Okay, what happened? Tappy. Tap it in. Tap, tappity tap. There, sorry, my controller came unplugged. Okay. There you go. Skip on through. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, it spit out. It spit out, you fucking fucker. That happens too. Fuck. Oh, thank you, ads plays. How close do you have to stand before you're disc landed? Yes, you can technically, what you do is say your disc lands there. Oh. Okay, your disc lands there and the basket's up top right here. You put a little marker, like a little marker disc that's about, you know, like yay big around. You put the marker there, and that's as far as the front of your foot can go. So you can step where your disc was. So, but the very tip of the disc is how far the very tip of your foot can go. So that's how, yeah. As long as your foot is where your disc was, you can stretch either way. So you can put your right foot or left foot where your disc was, and you can stretch as far as you can go and fling it. Okay. Oh my god, a par 3? Yeesh. You need to curve in and then now skip. Yeah. Yeah. That's a par 3 though. Jesus. It's a long fucking par 3. Oh, come on, bro. Getting sick of these spit outs, man. Okay, this is a par 4 though, so. There you go. That's a good spot. Good spot for bird. Okay. That was my bad. That was all my bad. Can't blame that on anything but me. That just was terrible. Oh. I pulled it. I pulled the shot on the sticks. Hey, count it! I've never seen that, but count it. Let's go. Oh. No, what are you doing? This is a backhand. Why are you drifting to right? Around the tree. Fuck. See, that wasn't even fucking close. The mid-range putts are weird, dude. I don't get them. All right. We'll try the run up. Okay. Yeah, this is uphill, so I should need a little bit of elevation on this. Maybe not that much. There we go. Get it in there. Let's birdie that shit. Oh, we got Mandos. Mandatory. So you see those red arrows? You gotta mandatorily go through that. You have to go through those arrows. All right, we take those. Don't think about it too much. Oh God, it was too high. Are you fucking kidding me? It was uphill. Fuck you. Oops, wrong one. There you go. There you go. Curve a little bit. There we go. That'll do perfectly. That's fine. That's just fine. 123 meters. Yeah. That was good fade. Good fade. Okay, what I wish kind of is they told you like where your range is with your disc. Like, what is my range with this ruby? Is it 90 meters? Fade in, fade in, fade in, fade in. Oh my God, it's out of bounds because it's a, oh my God. It's one of those holes. This is the fucking drop zone, are you kidding? This is the fucking drop zone? What a fucking joke. Bullet! Put that bullet in there. Ooh, 167. Yeesh. Okay, we don't need that much. Oh, I hate it so much, though. That water on the right is really fucking scary. Yep, just curve in. That's good. First, nice little placement shot. Okay. Oh, yep. Come on back. 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 Just a little bit. There you go. Okay. We made it. We made it. We made it. Okay. All right. That was That was dicey. I was below the fucking band! What the fuck, man? The putting, man. I don't get the fucking putting. Curve in. There you go. There you go. Stop. Stoppity stop. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see. Ooh, 193 par 4. Fooky fook. Yep, there you go. There you go, right through the trees. No! Oh, you broke so early. Hit the top, hit the fucking shrubs. That is my, this is the longest driver I have, Undy. I think I gotta use points to get more discs. Oh well. Oh well, I guess we'll par this one. -3. Oh my god, you better eat some grass, you fucking piece of shit. Okay. -4. 4 under. Not bad. I can do better though. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's the distance. 150. $120, $90. There you go. Okay. Mid-range putter. Aren't these arranged, man? There we go. I have one more. I can get a maybe a longer range. Did Max not make you a full set of discs yet? In the game? Oh, there we go. There's the, oh, this one costs 2. The VIP Prince is 13. Oh, in Texas? No, I got myself. I bought my discs. Yeah, he got me a couple of putters and stuff. But yeah, I have a full set. Why would you think he didn't, Betco? Max is my little bitch. He gets me whatever I want. Or I guess I am his little bitch. Yeah, there we go. All right. Long range driver. Okay. Okay, I've done -4 on this. Or minus something. I gotta get -4 to get the silver. Okay. No, I don't, Bob. I do not. Okay, straight ahead. Light breeze right in my face. God, I am so scared of this disc skippies. Where's the new disc I just bought? Oh, I didn't put it in my fucking bag, did I? There we go. Now it's in my bag. There's the distance driver. There you go. Shit. Thank you, Spencer, for the bits. There, silver. There we go. That's what we want. We want a -4 on this. It's 3 out of 5 hard. Don't hit the tree. I just want the disc to go like straighter and have less of a fade. Either way. See, I'm not even fucking close. That's what I don't get. Those putts right there, I don't fucking understand. Like, I'm that's what I'm saying. Like, I have to like aim way up in the fucking sky. Try and relive, you'll see how actually hard it is. Why do people assume that I haven't done this? Why the fuck do you think I'm playing this fucking game? Sorry, that last putt frustrated me and I'm taking it out on you and you don't deserve it. Probably. Didn't know you were a pro. I'm not a pro, I'm just a player. What about my attitude said I'm a pro? If I was a pro disc golfer, you think I'd be fucking streaming to you douchebags? I really got to shake off that last putt. That last putt is really, really fucking with my PMA. Sorry. I apologize. I'm out of line. There you go. That's good. Okay. That's okay. Oh, little Skippy. Golf brings out the worst in you. I think it brings out the worst in a lot of people. You ever golf with anybody? Holy fuck. You'll see their true colors. See, I was way up in the air and I didn't even get fucking close. It didn't even get close to the chains, nor the basket, nor nothing. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. Oh no, that's where it was last time. Oh fuck me. That's where the fucking basket was on the bronze course, but it's way the fuck up there on this one. God damn it. That's good. Lay it up. Look at that. Perfect. Look at that. That'll do. So in order to pass this course, I have to get -4 on the day. Okay. Yep, cut the grass. There you go. That'll do, little Skippy Doodle. Okay, I got a little work to do. A little bit of work. Only 8 meters. Oh, fuck. I buttered that. Look at that. Look at that line. I buttered it. Oh, I buttered it so bad. That was all me. Fuck. There you go. A little bit of a curve. There you go. Oh, no. That was not the best hop I could have hoped for. Okay, 19 meters. Uphill. Oh, see, it's not even hitting the chains or the basket or nothing. Man. Maybe I just gotta change putters. Oh, this is a par 5, dude. Okay. Shit, that was... Thankfully, it's not too bad. It's on the fairway, but... Yikes. Mr. Tango, thank you for the 69 months. Appreciate you. Okay, okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. We can eagle. We can eagle from here. Just got a rocket. Just got to fire a bullet right in there. Thank you, baby, for the radii. I appreciate it. I hope you're high as fuck. Rocket, rocket. Eagle it. Let's eagle. Let's go. See, those longer putts are even easier than the mid-range putts. Those long putts are easier than the mid-range. By far. Okay, that's okay. Oh, you gotta get around the tree, though. Oh, you fucking prick. See? Do you see how much easier they are? Oh, no. Oh, this is terrible. I'm gonna need a run up for this one. Okay, roll out, roll out. Nice roll out, nice roll out. Okay, okay, okay. Yeesh. Why, though? Okay. Gotta watch the canopy. There you go, roll it in. There you go, roll it. There you go, skip it. Skippity-doob it. That was not a lot of meters. That was not a lot of meters. Oh, I'm playing it with a controller. Fun and fun. I'm having fun with this game. It's fun. I'm gonna fuck this up. Nope. Not even fucking close, man. God damn it. No, I need a bird on this one or I won't get my fucking prize. I need to go one under on this one. It's another fucking par 5. Jesus. Okay, it's straight though. Fucking what? Forward. Oh, that was a good bounce. Look at that bounce. Okay. Now, sit down. Sit. Okay. Don't spit out. There we go. We got it. -4. Let's go. Woofda. Okay. I gotta get 9 under on this. Sheesh. Strong breeze. All right, let's try the daily challenge. See what happens. Where's the... Oh, no. Oh, we don't get a read? Holy hell. Yeah, okay, that's how you add powers. You do a spin putt rather than a push putt. Push putts only go so far. Fucking joke, dude. Fucking joke. No, it doesn't count. That's a tap in. Yeah, if you get it close enough to the basket, you can just like set it in there. Or on top of the basket. Yep. Wind. Wind is fucking with it. Yep. Wind is... Oh, God. Gross. Gross. Yeah, way higher. Okay, so you get way more power on a spin putt than a push putt. Nope. Oh, but I'm good. I can save it. I can save it. It's okay. I can save it. Way low. Way lower on the spin putts. Way lower down. Oh, fuck me. Oh, eat a fart out of my butthole! God, I hate that hole. Right into the fucking water, like in the middle of the fucking water. Good Lord. Way too much power. Wind blowing directly at me, took that fucking putter. Fuck you, game. Suck my fucking fat nuts. Suck my fat nuts. Ooh, nice win, Carrie. Nice skip past the tree. Right in my face. Bounce back. There you go. All right. These spit outs. I'm losing my fucking mind. That one didn't even make it there. Give your balls a tug, tit fucker. Someone got minus 12 on a 9-hole course. Minus fucking 12. What a joke. Downhill. I even adjusted down. I even pushed the cursor down. Fucking cunt. You go in the water, you piece of shit. Okay. Off the tree. God damn it. Not that way. Back towards the basket, you prick. Uphill. It's uphill! It shouldn't need upping! It shouldn't need upping! Why does this one flips? Oh, because it's -1. That's why it flips. Yeah. Oh, it hit the lemons! The goddamn lemons! Adam Ginger, thank you for the 3 months. Okay. Okay, we got a shot at this. How many times am I gonna fucking do that? That's 3 times today. Okay. That's good. That's real good. Bullseye. Nope. Nope. Okay. Don't you fucking dare. You wanted to do it, didn't you, you fucking prick? Slow down, slow down. Where's the curve that it said it had? Downhill. Even further downhill, motherfuck. That'll do. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We'll take a bird. We'll take a bird. Oh, okay. Okay. We're steadily going. -3. We need minus. Oh my god. We need -9. Fuck me. Okay, I can live with that. I can live with that. 12 meters. Got some work to do, though. Get in the fucking goddamn basket. Get in the basket. No, I go out in a pink bikini and a thong there, Liegeland. I do not have an outfit like that. That's really good. Right in the bullseye. Right in the bullseye. What are you spinning that way for? Oh, good bounce. That's a good bounce. Look at that. Tap in even. Fuck yeah. Let's go. That's all right. That's all right. We'll take that friendly little bounce. We'll take that friendly little bounce. Take those all day. All day. Eesh, you got a curve late. Oh god, hit the tree. Okay. Oh no, don't! Why did it do that? Fuck. Fuck. God. There you go. Skip right into the bullseye. Look at that. Let's go. Vincent giving a sub to better than IRL. Fuck you, dude. Oh, this is a par 3 too, huh? All right. I'm going to need you to curve. I'm going to need you to brake. Can you brake? Can you brake for it, Daddy? There you go. There you go. Okay, okay, okay. Got some work, but we got this. A little bit of work, but we got it. No, fuck you. Thank you, Vincent. Okay. 125 meters, but all of it downhill. All of it downhill. It'll skip. Don't skip too much. Dude, there's no fucking way it would skip that far. 163 meters? Are you fucking kidding me? I can't do that if I'm trying. The last time I threw this thing, it went 90. Oh my God. All right. We gotta par this hole or we fucked. Or we didn't do it. Oh, okay. Okay. No, we can't have Skippy in there. There you go. Oh, that's perfect. Look at that. Perfect. Perfect. I mean birdie. That's what I meant birdie. I'm sorry. I meant birdie. Let's go. -9. Minoka Springs. Montero, thank you for the 139 months. Claim the peak. Royal Grand. Okay. All right, we'll try and get the -9 on Baldur DGC, and then I'm gonna call it a day. Indie Saturday tomorrow, though, guys. Indie Saturday. Give me your indie game suggestions for Indie Day. Let's see. What do I want to listen to for this? Let's listen to some of this. There we go. Okay, 221. Oh, I should have done a run-up. Why am I not doing a run-up? Okay. Okay. There you go, there you go, there you go. There you go. Oh no! Why is it skipping so much? 117 on a fairway driver? Fuck's sake, man. Yeah, I should have fucking, I should have spin putt. Little flippy do. There you go. Nice. Stop. Stop. Jesus fucking Christ. Why does that have so much ground play? It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, God. Man, I hit the hill. I should have fucking went way over it. That was... I don't know where the fuck my shit was going. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I can do better. This one's got good flip off that tree, of course. Of course off the tree. Why not? Why not off the tree? No. Oh well. Okay, par 4. Fuck is the fence there for? Just goes right through the fucking fence? Now that was a glitch. That was for sure a glitch. Whatever the fuck that was. Unless a fucking bird came out of the sky. Oh, I angled it right and I fucking nailed it. Yeah, let's go. Now flip back over, flip back over. A little bit of hop, a little bit of hop. Okay, okay, okay. We take those, we take those. That's fine, that's fine. I don't think that's gonna make it. There we go, that's better. Oh, that's a beaut, Clark. Let's go. Tappy in. Tappy, tappy. No. Okay. 3 meters. Leave you with a little bit of work. Okay. 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 By the way, I heard Gassy scored minus 13 on this one IRL. Oh, did you? What is the point of you saying that? To fuck with my feelings? Are you a feelings herder? Because I don't like those people. Okay, could have been worse. Could have been worse. There's water right behind it, too. God, it's gonna roll down the hill and onto the water. That could have been a fucking lot worse. Strier, thank you for giving a sub to Gassy Lesbian. Nice. Oh, fucking beautiful. I couldn't have asked for a better bounce. Right up to the Mando. Bang it! Bang those chains! Let's fucking go. Let's fucking eagle. Let's fucking eagle. Woo! Shit.
Comfort bubble, comfort bubble, comfort bubble, comfort bubble, comfort bubbles in my mouth.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. There we go. Okay. Jesus, again?
Comfort bubble, comfort bubble.
Oh yeah, I played a little bit, like, you know, regularly Gator Neo. I usually play like once a week, once every other week. 111 meter par 3, huh? Yeesh. Nope. Nope. That was... I was trying to reset. I was trying to pick a different disc and reset. Now it says I could hold that to replay, but I think that just means go back on the tee box. So I just gotta save that for par. And go back in the tee box with a stroke gone, which is not what I want to do. But I'll take a par. There you go. Curve around that Mando, and there you go. Okay. Okay. God, these long ass par threes, man, they're crazy. Shit, dude. A par 3 should not be difficult to get in birdie range. 125 meters, though. Fuck's sake, dude. That was the worst. The worst thing I could have done. Yep. Just keep going over it. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking triple bogey this or double bogey this fucking hole. Oh my god! I gotta make up 4 fucking strokes now? Terrible, man. There's no fucking way it bounces like that! Fuck this, dude. I rage quit. I rage quit it. Yep. All right. I'm going to watch GDQ for the rest of the day. You knew this was coming. Anytime it's GDQ week, I take off early. At least I didn't take any days off. So I'll be back tomorrow with some, oh wait, I suppose I should wait until the ad break's over. So people who are on ad break don't know what the fuck or know what the fuck is happening. Okay. Okay. If you were on ad break, I rage quit the game. All right, if you're on ad break, I was eating my blueberry yogurt and I quit. And I rage quit the game because it took a bad bounce and I don't think it should do that. And I was upset. I'm pissed off. But tomorrow, Indie Saturday, give me your indie game suggestions into my Discord indie game suggestions tab and we'll make a menu and we'll have some fun tomorrow. So I'm going to go watch GDQ. Until next time, though, I appreciate you being here. I hope you had a good time.
And for all of my besiegers. And for all
Yorikan!
Look at that tail. For all of Zecodia. This is me, Zeke. Come here, Bo. Come on. Come on, Bo. Get up here. Bo. There you go. Give me your hand. Okay. There you are. And Trick. Saying... See ya.
Oh, shit. Thank you, Snooty Zulu, for the 22 months, by the way, and Assist Lee with 200 bits. All right, I'm out of here. Bye.